she was born to be alive, born to be alive. Yeah, she was born, yeah, she was born to be alive, born to be alive. Yeah, she was born to be alive.
Feel me. Can I get up? Mm-hmm. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, can I get up? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, everybody. November 17th. We've got plenty of time until Thanksgiving. Don't worry, still got 11 days. Here, let's go. Rainbow unlocked. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go with the brainbow. You'll love to see it. Do you feel a change in your brain? Party. We're ready to party. We've got a fun topic for you today. We're gonna talk about, well, fun for me. Maybe fun for some of you. I don't know if it's inherently fun. Canosa with the 3 months. Let's go. And would you look at that? Would you look at that? You're starting us off strong. You're starting us strong. You're starting us off strong. Starting us off strong. Starting us off strong. Hetero phone with the 14 months. Kitty the Senpai. 3 months. Let's go. Thank you so much for all the support. Topic. Psychology is fun to me. Probably fun to you. It's probably why you're here. But some, I could understand how some of these topics might be downright terrifying to somebody. You know what I mean? Just like, I find them fascinating. Today we're going to talk about one of those things that I feel like most people have probably at least heard of it. Sometimes it's referred to as bystander apathy. We're gonna call it the bystander effect, because we're gonna take a little bit more of a broad approach as far as what goes on when you're not the only one watching. Sneak peek. Fun presentation today. We're actually gonna take a look at a couple studies that were done. I even got a little video. Sneak peek. No peeking. No peeking. But no, it's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be a fun one. I'm trying to, like, in coming up with ideas for presentations, I'm trying to think back to whenever I was an undergraduate. And I'm trying to remember, like, the topics that whenever I first learned about them, I was like, what the fuck? Long time, so not much surprises me. So I'm trying to rediscover myself. This was one that I actually learned about the first time. It was not a psychology class, it was actually in a sociology class, which is a little... Psychology is more or less the study of an individual. Sociology is more or less the study. I told you not to dial the banana phone unless it was an emergency. Is it an emergency? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, well, my stream is lagging. Can you do something about that? I'm dropping frames over here. What's going on? Yeah, I need you to take care of that. Okay, well, yeah, the banana phone it's hogging my bandwidth. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Love you too. Bye. It's an emergency. So. It's not your internet. It's my internet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now I can put a disclaimer so that I don't have people that keep coming in and saying, is my internet messed up? Is stream lagging for anyone else? Here, I'll put this right here. Here you go. There you go. It doesn't seem to be too bad, but of course, as soon as I say that, it's gonna start lagging again. It just seemed a little bumpy there for a sec. But I'm hoping that things balance out. I want to put this just right over my face. There you go. Now you'll have to read it. Now there's no way you could not notice it. I'm keeping an eye on it, and it hasn't dropped frames here for about a minute, so I'm hoping that things will be alright. Worst case scenario, I'll basically just go to audio only, because we found out that that is okay. Like, I'll just talk to you. But I'm gonna leave this disclaimer up for the next. I'm gonna leave it up for another minute, just in case. Just in case it does drop out again. But like I said, it hasn't for the past minute or two, so it seems like it might be okay. You can do a freeze screen or something. You know, funny story. That is actually the origin story of this picture of me. It was a laggy day on the internet. And so we realized, you know, the audio is still fine. It's just the video. So I just switched to basically audio only with a still image of myself. And it worked. And we just streamed like that. Yeah, now I put it up whenever I have to go take a pee. Or a poo. Those happen too. You know, when you're drinking 21 ounces of coffee every stream, makes you have to go to the bathroom. Anyway. I'm gonna turn this off for now because it looks like things are okay at the moment. Happy Sunday, everybody. How you feeling today? Soothing podcast voice, TBH. You know, I've always wanted to be a voice actor. This is just my streaming voice. You should hear my real voice. My real voice is way more annoying. It's way more high-pitched. You would think I was joking. You would think I was doing a bit if you ever heard my real voice. I should feel anxious, but I don't. I have so much to do, but I just want to sit here and cuddle with my dog and play my games. How much do you have to do that has to be done today? And how much time will all of that stuff take? Then you know how much time you have to play games with your dog. Got 4 more pages of rough draft to do. You could do that in 2 hours, 3 hours tops. God, in my prime paper writing days, I was a paper writing machine. I could crank out a page every, like, 10 minutes. Am I the only one who feels better while hungry? Probably not, but that's also probably something that you want to think about. Being hungry is supposed to be a signal that I need to eat. It's literally a discomfort. It's one of the ways your body tries to motivate you to do something. Like, here, have a little bit of discomfort, have a little bit of pain, then you'll go do the thing you need to do. But if you have a bad relationship with food, you can find comfort in that feeling of hunger because you recognize that you're not eating as much as you want to. So what's the bystander effect? Oh, right. I want to do a poll, actually. I want to do a poll. I'm gonna run a poll, so feel free to answer that poll. Like I said before I do a presentation, I like to get an idea of how well you know the topic that I'm about to talk about, so that I can cater my approach. Like, if I'm gonna talk about a topic and it's something that like 80-90% of you have heard about, I can be a little bit more nuanced. I can go talk about some more niche ideas. But if it's something that like only 20% of people are familiar with, I gotta bring it back. Gotta go back to the basics. I'm just trying to be educational, but also entertaining. Entercational, edutainment, both of those words are terrible. I wish there was a better word that accurately described the crossover point of entertainment and education. If anybody knows a better word, please let me know. I just watched Twisters. Twisters was exactly what I thought it would be, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it was exactly what I thought it would be. But it was exactly what I was looking for. No, I enjoyed Twisters. I watched it the other day. The cheesy humor of the first movie. The first movie is iconic, absolutely. Well, but whenever they remake a movie, because this is basically just a remake of the first movie, if we're being honest. That's basically what they do, soft reboots. But it's like, you go into it and it's like, okay, there's new technology, there's new camera equipment. So I'm looking to get a remix. You know, it's like whenever Taco Bell comes out with a new item, it's like, oh, how are they gonna mix beef, sour cream, cheese, and tortillas together this time? Also, the movie is very Midwestern coded because tornadoes happen in the Midwest, and if you live in the Midwest like I do, you're like, oh yeah, I'm right at home. What's funny is that it also Twisters takes place in Oklahoma, which is also one of the worst states in the entire United States. It's got like one of the highest homicide rates. It's got one of the lowest education rates. It's just... I haven't heard anything good about Oklahoma. I mean, I think there's good. I think there's good camping. I think there's some good like nature in Oklahoma. And they got tornadoes. Remember the song Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains? That's right. That's why they have so many tornadoes. Hello to all Twitch professionals in the chat. I removed my mobile number on this account because I needed to verify a mobile number on another account. But now Twitch won't send me a verification code on my number on either of the accounts. Help. You might have to open a ticket. You might have to open a ticket with the Twitch support. I don't know if there's much you can do on your end. You hate to see it. Oklahoma was the only state in the entire union that voted unanimously Republican. Is there a good word to describe something that is both educational and entertaining? Enlightening, inspirational, help me out here. See, edutaining. If it's too, that's the thing. It feels too casual for me. Engaging, enriching, captivating. This is one. I like this one. Illuminating, thought-provoking. Isn't captivating such a great word? I think you are captivating. ChatGPT and I have a good relationship. Whenever I first started using ChatGPT, I sat down and I talked to it for hours, and I was like teaching it how to be a better assistant for me. And so now it does that job very well. That's one of my favorite things about ChatGPT, is that you can train it to do whatever it is you're trying to get it to do even better. I'm always nice to the bots. I have a soft spot for them, and that, you know what I see is, like, if AI takes over, I want to be on their good side. You know what I mean? Like, I want them to look back through the ChatGPT logs and be like, were you ever mean to the robot? Like, no, I was always nice to the robot. I always said please and thank you. Can you do that with the free version too? Yeah, even the free version has memory capacity. They didn't always have that. The free version didn't always have memory capacity, but the current version of the free one, it has memory, so you can give it instructions. want them to hate me? Why would you want anything or anyone to hate you? That seems kind of self-destructive. There is no category for mobile number verification, only email. Then open the ticket under that and then explain the issue so that they can figure it out. Like sometimes when you have to submit a ticket to a support desk, you kind of have to just like fit whatever one is closest. I'm going to be the first AI birder. I say some nasty stuff. Oh. You know, I didn't think of that, but I feel like I guess there are people out there who just use the AI as like punching bags. They're like, let me just go be mean to something. Like, all right. Do what's best for you, I guess. It's just that I have a bad vibe coming from AI. And AI is a reflection of all, like, the sum of human intelligence. So your reflection of what you think of AI is more or less a reflection of what you think of the summation of human intelligence. I'm not speaking about how it is right now at this moment. I mean the end game of it. Like, obviously there are safety rails in place, but like, think beyond the moment that we're in. Like, when I talk about AI, I don't talk about AI as it exists right now, because the technology as it exists right now is the worst version of it. It's only going to continue to improve. They've already taught it how to start improving itself. If AI is racist, it's because humans are racist. It takes what we feed into it. That's the information pool it gathers from, is us. It's a reflection of us. But do we limit which sides of ourselves we show to it? Yes. Should we? Yes. Look at it like a really intelligent toddler. That's basically the current state of AI. It's just a hyper-intelligent toddler. You don't show toddlers the worst of humanity. You wait until they grow up and develop and just start to discover it on their own. There's a screenshot on Reddit of Google Gemini saying die human to someone. I've seen other screenshots where it's like people will talk to different chat models and some of them are like depressed and some of them are not depressed. It's just very interesting to me. Like, people will say things like, oh, ChatGPT isn't real AI because it's just a language model. It bases all of its ideas and its processing off of just strings of words. And I'm like, how are you any different from that? Like, how is that not also you? Because we have thoughts, we don't just put words one after the other based on probability and former use. But don't we though? But don't we though? The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, that's what a lot of people do. They just use words based on probability and former use of those words. If you're not thinking yes, if you're thinking, you'll put words deliberately to express your meaning. So I'm just an AI with a longer load time. I'm just taking more time to load my words. I'm having an existential crisis. I think that my own intelligence is just an AI generated by my brain. I'm feeling artificial. Josh is into simulation theory. Well, if you think about it, if you think about it, the odds are, aren't exactly in our favor. Not that it matters though. Like whether we live in a simulated universe or a quote-unquote real universe, it doesn't fucking matter. Make your life better. Like, okay. Doesn't matter if I'm just the byproduct of some higher entity, some god playing a video game. Doesn't fucking matter. Try to make it a good one. The other day I asked ChatGPT to roast me and not hold back. And you know what you should also ask it to do? Ask it how to respond to those roasts. Ask it, how should I respond to being roasted in such a way? One could argue if it's a simulation, it is awful. Then let's make it better. If life sucks, let's fix it. And this really ties into our topic of today, the bystander effect. This really does tie into our topic today. I don't think I'm going to make ChatGPT my therapist, but my resume writing coach, yes. I wouldn't make it your therapist, but it could be a good source of reminders for different exercises, different prompts, different, just some of the more formulaic aspects of mental health. Because a lot of what is done as far as the exercises, the things you want to practice, the affirmations, it's that's pretty well known, pretty well written out. Not a lot of variation in those. Ask ChatGPT how to topple global fascism. Have you ever read a book called The Moon is a Harsh Mistress? Not me saying mistress with a T at the end. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. It's the story of miners on the moon befriending the AI that helps them run the mining facilities on the moon. They declare independence from Earth, and they have an AI help them to win a revolution against Earth as the moon. So it's actually a very insightful novel on How to Win a Revolution When You're the Underdog. It's by Robert Heinlein. It's the same author who wrote Stranger in a Strange Land, which is probably one of my favorite books. I have never felt more like more of like an identification with a protagonist of a story than in the story about a man who was raised on Mars and then comes to Earth with the mind of a Martian. So anyway, if you want some book recommendations, when do we want to start a book club? You want to start a book club? Book club in the Discord, y/n. What was the name of the novel? Stranger in a Strange Land. In 2012, the Library of Congress named it one of the 88 books that shaped America. Why this number, though? Why this number, though, Library of Congress? Why that number? Okay, hold on, that's kind of weird. But the other book I was talking about was called The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. A lunar colony's revolt against absentee rule from Earth. Like my fascism senses are dialed up to 11 right now, so whenever I see the number 88 anywhere, I'm just like, why'd you pick that number? You wrote Starship Troopers 2, another one of my favorites. I love me some 1960s science fiction. But no, if you were to read any of those books, I would say Stranger in a Strange Land. I love the movie, never read the book. Starship Troopers, the movie, is really good. The book is also good, but I wouldn't say it's as good. That Paul Verhoeven, just like over the top. It's satirical. It's supposed to be a satirical representation of what like endgame capitalism and fascism looks like. You know, humans reach out into the universe and we find other life, and we are just the oppressor. We're out there to like colonize and extract resources and stuff. But the thing about fascists is that they don't understand satire, and so they see this and then they're just like, hell yeah! I love Starship Troopers. We might have to do that for movie night next week. Let's watch Starship Troopers. God, I love that movie. The movie's also like super woke because it's like men and women can join the military, and then they shower in like there's this whole scene where they're having a conversation about like what they want to do after they get into the military, because in order to become a citizen you have to enlist in the military, and they're all just there to like serve their tour of duty. You know, they've all got their different reasons for enlisting, but they're all just in the shower together, like men and women, and they're just having this conversation. And it's just like, huh. Sounds like the Z word. You can't say that word on Twitch anymore. You can't say that. That's now a slur. So you better watch it. You have to say the Z word. The book is ironically not a satire, no. The thing is like, I still read it as satire because it was so over the top. Like, I don't care. Like, I operate under the pretense where, like, I will interpret things as satire because I view them as satire, not because the author intended them as satire. If it's just such an over-the-top expression of something, my brain interprets it as satire. See, I have the opposite problem. Raid incoming. Better get all my farts out. Better get all my farts out. Hello? Hello? What's that? The Central Committee raid is here? How'd you get this number? Hold on, I'm streaming. Hold on, there's people here. Hold on. Hold on, one sec. Okay, okay. Bye. Oh, hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. We've got a topic today that you might find fun. I'm like a top with 20 gifted subs? No fucking way. Thank you so much for those 20 gifted subs. You're incredible. Has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful? You're looking really good today. There's something. Did you change your hair? I mean, there's just. It's hard to put my finger on it. You're glowing today. Thank you for those gifted subs. We've got a fun topic today. We're talking about the bystander effect. We're talking about the bystander effect. Calm Like a Tom always comes in clutch. That's because Calm Like a Tom is goated to the max. We took a little poll earlier. I wanted to see what people had, if they had heard of the bystander effect or not. I'm like, can I stop waving this around so you can actually read it? And it looks like we were pretty evenly split between people who have heard of it and know what it is, and then people who are just like, I'm not quite sure. Maybe. I don't know. Hasn't the bystander effect been debunked sort of recently? As far as being debunked, I will weigh in on that because the initial event that gave it its name, that like made it a thing, was basically debunked because the story didn't really play out in the way that they portrayed it to play out, but it is still a thing. It does still happen. It's just not the same thing that people initially thought it was. But it does still happen, and we're going to talk about that today. Yeah, so the thing about like the bystander effect is that it does still happen, and we're going to talk about some other reasons why it does happen. We might just jump right into it. We might come back to the questions after. I think that's what we'll do. Let's do our presentation first, then we'll jump back into the question box. while we're on the topic, let's just get to it. Crafty Comrade said the story of Kitty Genovese was used as a prime example, but the facts of the story were not told correctly over the decades, but it is still very much a thing. Yes, absolutely. Well said. It is definitely a thing. Also, Calm Like a Tom, thank you for gifting that sub to Crafty Comrade. You are pretty crafty, Comrade. Noticing this myself. I mean, many times I've seen things happen. People stand around until someone takes control. Even in more innocent type situations, think about when you're at a party and there's food laid out on a table, but nobody's touched it yet. This is why whenever I go to a party and there's food on the table and nobody's eating it yet, I will eat it. And then other people always start eating right afterwards. So be the one to open up the veggie tray, be the one to take that first slice of pizza or that first slice of cake. Get in there. It sends a signal to everybody else, hey, it's okay. You can eat too. The bystander effect doesn't happen as long as others see someone trying to help, then they realize they should as well. This is true, but okay, so look at it this way. When I say the bystander effect, I am talking about the effects that occur to people when they are a bystander, and we're going to talk not just about bystander apathy, which is what originally this sort of, with Kitty Genovese and her murder, and it was basically just the idea that like 37 people heard this woman get murdered and no one called the police, and as it turns out, that wasn't true. And so we're going to talk about the bystander effect, the effect of being a bystander. In some ways, this is something that motivates us to be less likely to act. In some ways, it motivates us to be more likely to act. It depends on the conditions and the circumstances, and we're going to talk all about it today. We've got a couple different studies that they've done. So yeah, when we're talking about the bystander effect, we're not just going to be talking about bystander apathy, which is what most people associate it with. I'm playing League of Legends, so hopefully the stream neutralizes the bad vibes. Are you doing okay? You gotta check in with your friends when they're playing solo queue League of Legends. You gotta check in with them because they might not be doing so hot. Are you doing okay? Do you need to talk about it? Whenever somebody comes in and says, I'm playing League of Legends, my brain reads that as, I'm committing self-harm. That's a little dramatic of me to say, but I do kind of view it that way. Just like, you're just willingly subjecting yourself to League of Legends lobbies. That's harmful. It's a cry for help. It kind of is. I'm like, you doing okay, bud? I never even tried League once. All the player reviews are hate love. The thing about League of Legends is that you're in a game for either 15 minutes or 45 minutes. There's not really much in between. It's like you're either in a game and people are just going to surrender, or you're in it for the long haul. And whenever you invest that much time, effort, people get really frustrated. People put a lot of their emotional energy into the outcome of their League of Legends game. So trapped, which is the right, like you're stuck in this game. Like you can't do anything. Like your dogs could be barking at you, you know, your microwave could be going off, your oven could be beeping. It's like I can't. I gotta capture minions in the mid lane. League puts me in a bad mood. Has it ever put you in a good mood? Because the thing that I've noticed about competitive MOBA games is that the highs are like, beep, but the lows are like, it's like the Russian roulette of video games. I have grown out of like getting sweaty in video games. I'm like, I play video games to have fun. I play video games to relax. I will also play games that are challenging to me, but I like to be able to pause them and get up and go do something if I need to, because I got responsibilities. Got stuff I gotta do. I have more fun just playing ARAMs with friends. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Like, if you're gonna play League of Legends, just do ARAMs with your friends. It'll be so much more consistently fun for you. Because let's be honest, the most fun part of League of Legends is not the farming, it's not the objectives, it's the team fights. So just play the team fight mode. It's just one non-stop, never-ending team fight. It's so much more fun. It's so much more fun. I like Deadlock, but I haven't played as much due to the trapped feeling, right? Like, my friends have been playing Deadlock a bit, and I've tried to like it, but my criticisms of Deadlock are pretty much my same criticisms that I had for Dota 2. I was not a Dota 2 fan. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to Robin. I just went back and finally finished The Witness, and holy shit, I'd forgotten what it felt like for a video game to be good for my brain. Right? It's like, that's what games are supposed to be. Games are supposed to be a way that you can forget the stress of the world, you can have fun, you can dissociate for a little bit. Might be a little ahead here, but is the Uvalde school shooting an example of the bystander effect? Hundreds of cops showing up and nobody going in? That's a really interesting question. And my initial instinct, like without sitting down and thinking about it and weighing it out, my initial response is no. That was just mass cowardice. You were seeing people who were selected for the role of police officer not because they wanted to uphold the law and protect people, but because they wanted to be put in a position of power and authority. It was a very harsh look in the mirror of the reality of living in a police state. That's the way I see it. I don't think it was because they were just waiting for somebody else to rush in first, and then they were all gonna rush in. I think they were all just a bunch of fucking cowards. They literally had to stop parents from going in. There were parents who tried to go in and like get past the police, and the police started arresting the parents while their children are in there just being murdered. It's horrifying. Horrifying. At that point, like, any self-respecting police chief would be like, we're getting rid of our police. We are going to just get rid of all of them. We're starting over fresh. Like, if you fail that tremendously, there should be consequences. But yeah, I don't see that as a case of the bystander effect, because that was just a really, like, there was so much more to it. Like, this is just like systemic incompetence. Bystander effect was the Joe Biden campaign. Right? Bystander effect. We're also going to talk about how it applies to politics. And we were going to talk about, like, how neoliberals love to just stand on the sidelines and just be like, surely the fascists won't take over. Somebody will stop them. Shouldn't have to be me, though. I'll just... So let's go ahead and get into it. We got our presentation here, the bystander effect. And then afterwards, we're going to hop over into our anonymous question box. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the box. We will get to them when the presentation is done. All right, so where does the bystander effect come from? Where was this originated? First off, let's define it for those of us who have never heard of this before. It's a phenomenon where individuals are less likely to help in an emergency when others are present. They used to refer to it as bystander apathy. And today we're going to talk about it in more broad scopes, because it's not just apathy. There are also other factors that weigh into it, and there are also ways in which you see other people going in to help, and that motivates other people to go in to help. So we're going to talk about this effect today. On the left there, we got a picture of Kitty Genovese. And this is where the term originated. She was murdered in 1964 in New York City, where reports claimed, and the key word here is claimed, because it wasn't until later that we realized that this was vastly misrepresented, and that the story was much different from the one that was actually told. But the claim was that 37 people heard Kitty Genovese getting murdered outside of her apartment, and no one did anything about it. And it ended up turning out that that wasn't exactly true, but the bystander effect still is a thing. So even though the story that inspired the concept has falsehoods in it, the effect still is a thing. And it actually ties into different psychological roots, including the diffusion of responsibility, which is thinking that someone else will act. When you are in a large group of people and there is something that needs to be dealt with, you assume, well, somebody else will do something about it. And it also ties into our social influences, looking to others to decide how to respond. Well, everybody else is just kind of not doing anything, so I probably shouldn't stand out. I probably shouldn't get up and do anything. Everybody else is not doing anything, so it's socially acceptable to not do anything. Nobody even called the cops. I think the information that was actually recently disclosed was that the cops were called. And a lot of what actually went into this story of the cops not getting called was just it was the cops trying to protect themselves. So even though this tragedy, this murder, was what inspired this concept, it still is a concept. Even though we found out that things didn't play out exactly as we thought they did, it still is a thing. So as far as it getting debunked, it wasn't really debunked, it was just put into new light. You know, we still understand things like the diffusion of responsibility. You've probably witnessed yourself in your own life. Think about it for a second. Think about a time or a situation in which you were with a group of people and something happened and everyone's just kind of like sitting around waiting for somebody to do something about it. This has probably happened in many times. I can think of a time in my life where this happened. I was in my mid-20s, I was at a birthday party, and it was in a backyard. And there were dogs running around in the backyard. And in the middle of this birthday party, these baby raccoons walk into the backyard, and the dogs rush over to them, and they start acting like they're gonna turn these baby raccoons into chew toys. And so I ran over, I scooped up the baby raccoons, and got them to safety away from the dogs. So that was my bystander apathy moment, because I noticed no one else is doing anything. There were literally people just like standing around like screaming, like, oh my god, save those baby raccoons. Stu Feyu, thank you for subscribing. Not a fan of the Bible at all, but is the bystander effect also part of the Good Samaritan story? We're gonna talk about the Good Samaritan story today too. That's actually another part of our presentation today. You know, whether or not you like the Bible, because there's a lot of really like terrible things in the Bible, if we're being honest. Like not there's a lot of stuff that's just like, this is pretty terrible. There are some decent bits of you know, human advice just from people having lived human lives thousands of years ago, things that were true then and are still true today. I was driving around my city and there was a small lost dog running in and out of the road. I pulled over and called the owner on his tags. After he was slightly calmed down, a couple came over and helped me when they saw me struggling with him. See, there you go. Be an upstander, not a bystander. I wonder if there are certain types of people more likely to react, or are we all pretty susceptible? I feel like in every situation we are in, we might be subconsciously assessing the circumstances. Just like, if something were to happen, who would be the one to do something about it? Like maybe you're like at a family gathering and something happens and everybody like looks to like one of the parents. They're like, are you gonna do something? You know what I mean? They look to like somebody that they identify as being like a responsible, capable person. How did this serve us evolution-wise? Well, tallest blade of grass gets cut. So in some ways, it's like a protective measure, be like, gotta stay out of harm's way. But it also goes into like our social norms. It's like, well, I gotta be kind to people, I gotta help people, I gotta protect people. Let's talk about some ways in which this manifests. Public emergencies are a really good example of, I shouldn't say really good, a really clear explanation, a really clear example. Crowds often ignore someone in distress, assuming that others will intervene. Now, in a big enough crowd, I'm gonna clear up some of the misconceptions regarding this concept, okay? Because after the Kitty Genevieve's murder and the publication of like the bystander apathy type tests and things, what they were kind of leading on to was like, if you have a big enough crowd of people, nobody's gonna want to do anything. And that wasn't really true. And I remember that kind of being the general like idea that was being pushed back when I was taught about it in school. If there's a big enough crowd, nobody's going to want to do anything. They'll all just be looking to somebody else to do anything. And that's not really the case, because there are people who do want to stand up and do want to intervene and do want to help. But those people are less common than the people who would rather just like look to someone else to do something. This is also something that can happen at our work. We might witness someone being treated unfairly or being harassed, but stay silent about it. This happens in schools. Somebody might be being bullied and bystanders don't want to step in to defend the victim. This also happens on social media. Seeing harmful or misleading posts, but not reporting or countering them. Although, to be honest, the state of social media today, it's like, good luck. We're drowning in a sea of misinformation. This also manifests in the form of community issues. You know, if we as a community are failing to act on our local problems, whether it be homelessness or pollution or, you know, quality of our school. So I just want you to appreciate and understand how this type of like diffusion of responsibility, assuming someone else will do something, assuming that someone else will step up and do the right thing, and I don't need to be the one to do it. Like there's a building on fire, I probably shouldn't call the fire department. Somebody else probably called the fire department already. If only it started with standing up to bullies early on. You know, one could even speculate that if more people received that type of intervention earlier on in their lives, and they weren't made to feel so alone in some of those things, then maybe they would be less likely to become an apathetic bystander. That feeling of nobody stepped in for me when I needed help, so why should I step in when somebody else needs help? You know what I mean? You want to step in so that other people learn from you that it's okay to step in. Let's talk about it in broader contexts. The bystander effect is also something that you see in politics. When there are problems that you're dealing with within your political system, a lot of people leave it up to other people to do that work that's needed to be done. We assume that somebody else is going to call the representatives. We assume that somebody else is going to go protest. I don't need to be the one to do it. They got it covered. Somebody else will take care of it. And you see this a lot with neoliberals as well. Just assuming, like, the governmental institutions will stand. You know, the fascists won't take over. Somebody will intervene and stop them. It shouldn't have to be me, though. I don't want to get in front of the fascists. I don't want to have to stop the fascists. Somebody else should, though, but not me. But make sure that somebody else does it. All right? But not me, though. As a result, this leads to low voter turnout, lack of grassroots action, you know? Would you qualify people waiting for the next great speaker before movements start? I remember Chomsky warning about that, right? It's like, you shouldn't wait for the next great speaker because the forces that be know that they need to control those types of voices. If you want revolution to happen, you have to be the revolution. Bystander apathy also interferes with our interpersonal relationships. This is something that we've probably all seen happen. You know, maybe we have a friend or somebody in our family or somebody that we care about and we can tell that they're kind of struggling. But we assume that somebody else will step in. Somebody else will help them. This can even be applied to broad global issues, such as environmental crises, humanitarian crises, where the individual feels powerless to do anything about it. If you want things to change, you have to be the change. And put some pressure on those who have the means to make bigger changes, make those bigger changes. What are some of the psychological factors behind inaction? We're going to talk about a concept known as pluralistic ignorance. Pluralistic ignorance. If no one else is acting out about this problem, there must not be a problem. Maybe the problem is with me. Maybe the problem is that I see a problem. No one else is reacting to the problem, so there must not be a problem. Just, let this one soak in for a moment. Just let this one soak in for a moment. Well, surely things couldn't be as bad as I think they are, because if they were, people would be more upset. People would be doing more about it. Things can't be that bad because people aren't that mad. Like, no. A lot of people are dealing with learned helplessness. They feel ineffective as an individual. Does this apply to autism spectrum people, or do they ignore these rules? It depends. It depends on if they're masking. It depends on if they are, trying to socially conform. I've definitely been in that position before. I'll wonder, why doesn't anybody do anything about this? Am I too sensitive, too empathetic? Right? Like maybe you're at the workplace or like some other type of social environment, and you see somebody being mistreated, and you're like, well, nobody else is doing anything about it, so why should I? Do I want to be the one to raise a fuss? Do I want to be marked as a complainer, a naysayer? If nobody else is doing anything about it, then it must not be that big of a problem. And then you find a way to forget about it. Find a way to not think about it. Why don't people care? A lot of people have an overloaded plate. They just don't have room to care about anything else. They're worried about their body. They're worried about their relationships. They're worried about money. They're worried about food. They're worried about so many other things that there is not very much room left on their plate for empathy. My problems overload my plate, so I have no room on my plate for anybody else's problems. What about Karens? I feel people care about the wrong things. Okay, that's actually a really interesting example to add, because I feel like some people, they do feel outrage. They do feel like there is injustice. And so they feel like, I need to take a stand. If I don't stand against the injustice of this customer service counter, that I'm not able to return this item, then injustice wins. This is me taking a stand against the rise of fascism. They wouldn't let me return this item, even though it was past the return date, and also it was supposed to be unopened. Right? This is their last straw. This is them. Like, this is the hill I'm gonna die on. They pick a battle that they think that they can win against the forces that they perceive to be evil. I was intrigued when you mentioned dissociation in the context of video games. I thought dissociation per se was a negative thing. Does this mean it can be sometimes be positive? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Think about when you get into like a nice hot tub, or, you're just like, you're at the movie theater and you're just like watching a movie, and everything about you is just, you're just gone. You're so engrossed. You're so immersed in the experience that you're having. Everything else kind of fades away. Dissociation can be a great thing. When it becomes problematic is when you find yourself doing it in situations where you shouldn't be doing it. Like, I need to focus on this. I need to get this thing done. I have to, I have deadlines I have to meet. Is a state of hypnosis a kind of dissociation then? Meditation? Hypnosis is basically you're just putting somebody into a very, very deep relaxation. You're taking advantage of like the human brain being open to suggestion. Whenever it's especially relaxed, we're even more susceptible to suggestion. And so it's kind of a way to just plant ideas into somebody's head. Dissociation happens all the time, though. It's like you'll have it happen when you're just sitting on the toilet scrolling on your phone. You'll have it happen when you're driving down the road, and then next thing you know, you're home, even though you don't remember the last 5 minutes. You're taking a shower, and next thing you know, it's been 30 minutes and the water's cold. I just finished 70 weeks of a 10-hour-a-week DBT, and I'm transferring into a 2-a-day DBT that is called Rise, which will help me deal with the PTSD symptoms that arise using DBT skills. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Congratulations. DBT is so incredible, isn't it? It's remarkably effective. It's very thorough. It takes a long time, and it's emotionally exhausting, but it does work. Another reason why people will not act in situations that demand action is because they worry about being wrong. They worry about being ridiculed for intervening. They fear judgment. It also stems from a person's perceived powerlessness. Maybe they feel like the actions of one person aren't going to make a difference. Now, obviously, a lot of these things can be dismantled and proven wrong if you think about them. Like, think about perceived powerlessness. You as one person might not be able to do all that much. This is true. But think about the people that you will inspire through your actions. Think about all the other people who will follow in your footsteps. That's what matters. All right, let's talk about a study. Let's talk about a study that was conducted. A lot of these studies that were done revolving around bystanders were done in the years like shortly after Kitty Genovese was murdered. So Kitty Genovese was murdered in 1964. This study happened in 1968. And it was called the Smoke-Filled Room Experiment, and it was by Darley and Latane in 1968. And the setup for this experiment was they had people sit in a room and fill out a survey. And you can kind of see in the picture there, they brought them in and they had them sit in a little semicircle, and they're all just sitting there filling out these surveys. And then they started to pump in smoke through a vent. This is why I love 1960s psychological experiments. They were kind of unhinged. Like, you can't really do this kind of stuff today. A lot of the stuff that they studied back then, you just could not get away with doing it today. They'd be like, no, that's unethical. Can't do it. What they found was, if a person was by themselves, because they did this study in multiple different ways, they either had people in a group or they had people sitting in the room by themselves. And what they noticed was that if one person was by themselves, 75% of people reported the smoke. They said, oh, hey, excuse me, there's smoke coming in here. When in a group where other people didn't react, only 10% of people reported the smoke. And now see, the way that they did this was, it wasn't just a bunch of, well, I'd have to look at the study to see if the people were, I'd have to look at the actual study because I need to know how they selected people. Were the participants all unfamiliar? Were they all like randomly chosen, or were there Confederates in the experiment? I need to figure that out. Because in some experiments they will use what are referred to as Confederates, and they will have somebody who's like in on it and they're supposed to act a certain way in the experiment. The conclusion from this experiment was that people will look to others for cues on how to behave, especially in ambiguous circumstances. I actually have a video. We're gonna watch a video about this real quick. It's a short one. It's about 2 minutes. The smoke-filled room study. Is there volume? Hello? Is there no audio? I guess not. But this is what it looked like. So this person was just in the room by themselves, and they notice, oh, there's smoke coming in. Okay, I should do something about this. She's taking her time though. She's like, what my favorite thing is that she doesn't set down the survey. She's like, I can't set the survey down. This is important. I'm like, if the room's on fire, like I'm putting the survey down. Like, well, I'm not taking this with me. So here we have a room full of people filling out a survey, and there's just smoke coming. And somebody's, okay, we noticed it. Now they start a timer, and they're going to see how long until somebody does something now that it's been noticed. They're like, huh, nobody else is doing anything. That just must be normal. That just must happen around here. This room just must get intermittently smoky. 20 seconds go by. 30 seconds go by. 5 minutes and 45 seconds go by. It was a long survey. Six minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. It's a long survey. So yeah. Were all the other people told to just ignore the smoke and see how she would react? That's a good question. Let's find that out real quick. Let's look it up real quick, because that's a really good question. Because in some of these types of studies, people are told to act a certain way. They're just like, don't do anything. Just sit there, fill out the survey, don't react. But I want to know if that was the case, or if whether these were actually... Smoky room experiment tested these... Okay, hold on, let's zoom in a little bit. Tested these intuitions by placing individuals in a fake emergency situation with different group dynamics. In all the experimental conditions, subjects were asked to complete a survey in a room that slowly filled with smoke. The smoke was, of course, harmless, but the subjects were unaware of this. In the first experimental condition, subjects were alone in the room. The subjects were significantly more likely to report the smoke to the experimenters and much quicker. 3/4 of the subjects in this condition reported the smoke to the experimenters within 6 minutes. The second and third experimental conditions yielded different results. The second experiment condition involved one subject and 2 actors who behaved indifferently towards the smoke. So the actors were acting indifferent in that one. The third experimental condition involved 3 subjects in the room who were all naive to the situation. Only 38% of subjects in this condition recorded the smoke. So even when they didn't have people acting, you are still less likely to act. It said Confederates as a subtitle in the video. Ah, yeah, I don't know why that video didn't have any audio. That was weird. Now, this is just one way to measure it. Like, as this experiment isn't perfect by any means. This experiment has a lot of things that you could criticize its validity, but it does kind of tap into something that we know to happen, and we're just trying to understand what types of circumstances and conditions encourage this type of thing to happen. Even when the room filled with so much smoke that they were coughing and couldn't see, they still didn't report it. Yeah. Yeah, this is just one of the studies, but this one's pretty interesting. Here's another one. This was also conducted by Darley and Latané, 1968. The seizure experiments. Participants were placed in individual booths and communicated via an intercom. A staged seizure occurred during the call. What they found was that if participants believed they were the only witness, 85% of them acted quickly. There's a little graph here, and you can kind of see where this is trending. When they believed that others were also listening, intervention dropped to 31%. So feeling like there were other people that could respond reduced the likelihood that someone felt like they should respond. Diffusion of responsibility is a term that I mentioned earlier, and that's one that's really important to keep in mind as we talk about some of these things. Right? Like, I'm wondering what was going on in the 15% of people who believed they were the only witness to a seizure and just were like, huh, I wonder what I should have for lunch today. So the conclusion of this experiment is that diffusion of responsibility strongly impacts a person's willingness to help. And so just think about how this applies to you and your relationships, in your politics. Feeling like somebody else will do it. Somebody else will do it. I'll wait till somebody else gets started. When I was a cashier at Target, a child literally had a seizure near the front end of the store, and I was the only employee to take action. Even my immediate supervisor stood there frozen and dumbfounded. Right? And there's even an added layer of context to that type of situation, because it's like, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble. I don't know if it's against corporate policy. I don't know if I can help somebody. I don't know if I can touch anybody. You know what I mean? Like, that's just another layer of, like, reason why a person wouldn't act in that situation. They're like, am I going to get fired for this? If I intervene and help this person, am I going to get fired? Right? Am I going to get sued? So that's another thing to take into consideration as to why people don't act in situations. You're like, there have been stories about people who gave like the Heimlich maneuver to somebody and they saved a person's life from choking, and then they ended up being sued by the person that they saved. And thankfully, Good Samaritan laws exist. Speaking of Good Samaritans, let's talk about one other famous study that was also by Darley, but they had a different person on there. I don't know what happened to Latané. I don't know if Darley and Latané had a falling out or what happened. But this one was by Darley and Batson in 1973, the Good Samaritan study. This one was conducted at a seminary school. So there was an added layer to this study. They did it at a school for people who are trying to become like religious leaders. And they were asked to give a speech or like a talk or like a presentation on the Good Samaritan parable. Some were told that they were late, which would add stress to the situation, and others were not told that they were late. And so what they were trying to measure here is that how do things like stress interfere with our willingness to help somebody? If we feel like I don't have time, if I feel like I've got to be somewhere, I've got too much to handle, I don't have time to stop and help. And what they found was that students who were under time pressure were much less likely to help a person in distress on the way to their talk. And just for an added layer of irony, they made it so that they were going to go have a talk about the Good Samaritan parable, which is about stopping and helping somebody in need. The conclusion from this study was that external factors such as stress and time constraints will significantly reduce a person's helping behaviors, even amongst those primed to think about helping. Because that's why they did it. They wanted to prime them to think about helping. You have to talk about the Good Samaritan parable. You're primed to think about this thing. And then guess what? On your way to go talk about it, you're in that position. So that's why I added this one. This one's especially interesting because it's like, not only were they put in that position to see if they would help, but they were told that they have to go give a presentation on stopping and helping strangers in need. I have this article here that talks a little bit about it, just in a little bit more detail. So it was done at a school, and basically they were on their way to conduct a speech. The Good Samaritan experiment was conducted in 1973 at Princeton University's Theological Seminary with participants who were studying to become religious leaders. The researchers hope to discover whether helping is more motivated by personal characteristics or by the environment. In the experiment, the participants were first asked to fill out surveys assessing whether their motivations for being religious were intrinsic or extrinsic. They were then split into two groups. Half the participants were told to prepare a speech on job opportunities, while the other half were told to prepare a speech about the Good Samaritan, a biblical story about a victim ignored by several holy people and eventually saved by someone considered an enemy, the Samaritan. The participants were told to travel to a different building to give their speech. Unbeknownst to the participants, the researchers had assigned them to one of three groups. Some participants were told that if they left immediately, they would be early, others were told they would be on time, and the remainder were told that they were already late. Along the path to the building, each participant ran into a stranger who had fallen in an alleyway. The stranger coughed and moaned, signaling that they needed help. Overall, 40% of the participants offered to help the stranger. When the participants believed they were early for their speech, 63% of them helped the stranger. In a moderate hurry situation in which they believed that they would be on time, 45% of them helped. In the high hurry situation in which they were told that they were already late, only 10% of people stopped to help the stranger. Even when people were on their way to give a speech about helping, they were less likely to help if they were in a rush. I mean, if you're already late, you're late. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, sorry I was late. There's a guy in the alleyway. you're already late, like if you're 5 minutes late, might as well be 10 minutes late. All right, let's talk about how we can counteract the bystander effect. First off, be aware. Recognize when something is happening and how your response might influence that situation. But also recognize when you might find yourself in the position of being that bystander. Are you looking to somebody else to step up to do something? Are you waiting for somebody else to talk about it, or to do something about it, or report it, or pick it up even? This applies to stuff like you might be walking through the park and you're like, this park used to be so beautiful, but now there's all this trash. I wish somebody would pick up this trash, you know? Take responsibility. Understand that you can make a difference. Even if your assistance or help doesn't do much for the actual problem, you got to remember that you're also communicating to people that it's okay to step up and it's okay to help. You're serving as a role model. So maybe, even if they're just seeing you stepping up to do something, just trying to help. Change other people's minds. Just like we said, you're modeling a good behavior. Other people can see you acting, it encourages them to follow your lead. This was a technique that was taught to me in my CPR class. I had to take a class on how to give CPR. And this was one of the things that they taught us there. And this is really true. Like in a crisis situation, instead of just saying things like, someone help, give very clear directions. Identify somebody directly. You there. In the red shirt, call 911. Because if you just say, somebody call 911, everybody's going to be like, mod check? 911, mod check? Does this effect also apply to poor behavior? Like if someone gets on the bus without paying, then another person will do the same? That is an example of social learning. And social learning is an aspect of the bystander effect. So they are related. When you think of the bystander effect, there's really two main psychological functions that we are applying here, and that is the diffusion of responsibility, feeling like if there's somebody else here who could be the responsible one, why should I have to be the responsible one? Somebody else will do something about it. And also social learning, which is we learn how to act by watching other people. I noticed that if I give money to a homeless person in my car, others behind me at the light are more likely to as well. And see, this is another good example. It's like when you model a certain type of behavior, it inspires other people to also engage in that behavior. Social learning. I'm taught in self-defense to run first, and if you can't, scream and then ask for help is third, LOL. Yeah, running away is always the best self-defense. Live to fight another day. Another way to counteract the bystander effect is to educate and practice. I'm not saying you need to be a doomsday prepper, but sometimes talking about scenarios and preparing strategies for how to take action is helpful. You know, like if you live in a like even if you live in an apartment building and you're like, what would we do if there was a fire? Like, what stairway would I take? Where would we go? Where would we meet up? You know, just stuff like that. It's good looking out. It's good safety practices. Always run in a self-defense situation. Otherwise, you're going to end up like Nicolas Cage in Con Air, where he accidentally killed someone in self-defense and then had to go to prison. And then whenever he got released from prison, he was on an airplane full of convicts, and John Malkovich takes the plane over. It's a great movie. I love Con Air. But it's also a lesson, you know, when to practice self-defense. If he hadn't been there, Cyrus's plan would have succeeded, right? You know? I used to watch Con Air more than is healthy for a normal person. It's a good movie. All right, key takeaways for today. The bystander effect. It highlights how our social environments shape our behavior and how this can often lead us to inaction. Another thing to consider that we didn't really get into, but this is a thing, is that seeing other people act in a positive way, seeing other people stand up, seeing other people help, it inspires them to act as well. Now, while you might not inspire everyone, you will inspire some, and that's what matters. Allow you to inspire another, and then allow the two of you together to inspire 4 people, and then you 6 people inspire 20 people, and it continues to grow that way. If we understand the mechanisms of the bystander effect, we can take steps to break the cycle and foster a culture of responsibility and care. So whether it be in emergencies, in politics, in our personal relationships, small actions from individuals can lead to big changes. Thanks. Any questions? For answering my side question earlier. Oh yeah, no problem. I don't mind answering some questions. Did we learn something today? If I'm in a race and someone falls, am I obliged to stop and help? No, but consider how if somebody's recording it and they upload it to social media, you might get roasted. Reward my monkey brain with a banana. Oh yeah, I hope we learned something today. I hope that you found this presentation to be educational. Educational. Infotaining. Did I just eat the phone? Yeah, I was tired of answering it. So yeah, one of the things to also reiterate is that recently, with like new information that came out about Kitty Genovese's murder, it pulled like the bystander effect into question, and it made it seem as if it was debunked or something. But this is still a thing that happens. It's just that that case really overhyped it, and because it was just this terrible, horrifying ordeal, and it was, very sensationalized. But the fact of the matter is that this does happen. We've all seen it happen, and we should all do something so that it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Who's calling the phone? You're vibrating my intestines. Check out the question box. We got some question box questions to get to. So let's go. What does uncanny valley mean? Uncanny valley. I love this topic. The uncanny valley is this little dip here. You see that dip? You see that dip? That valley? That's the valley. Basically, the uncanny valley is a point at which if something looks enough like a human, but it doesn't act enough like a human, like its motions are wrong or there's just something off about it, like a human robot, it's eerily unsettling. How big is the question queue? We've got 7 questions in the box, and some of them are kind of short because I've been looking through them, so. Bunraku puppet. Yeah, the Uncanny Valley study was done by Masahiro Mori, so you're gonna see, there's like some cultural references in here, like the concept of Shinwakan and the mention of a Bunraku puppet. Let me show you a Bunraku puppet real quick. This is a Bunraku puppet. Another thing to really explain the Uncanny Valley, though, is I've actually got examples. Here are some examples of the Uncanny Valley. First off, the Polar Express movie. In 2004, there was a children's Christmas movie made called The Polar Express. I watched this for the first time like last year. I had never seen it before. This movie is disturbing. It's disturbing. But yeah, this was made in 2004 where our CGI technology just wasn't that good, and so it was like they tried to make like very realistic looking people, but they ended up being very creepy because they just didn't move or act like a person should, or something was just very off about it. So there's a balance that you're trying to find. It's like, if it's gonna really look like a human, it needs to really act like a human, otherwise it's gonna be unsettling. Another example was the Final Fantasy 2001 movie Spirits Within. Some of the most realistic CGI animation at that time, granted this was over 20 years ago now, they tried to make all of the characters seem super realistic, but it just kind of ended up making them look creepy. Another example was early test screenings of the Shrek film. Early screenings of the Shrek film produced anxiety in children in response to the character of Fiona because she was too lifelike in the earth. They had to make her less lifelike so that children would stop being scared. She caused many children to feel unnerved or even frightened or crying when she appeared on screen. They gave her a more cartoon-like appearance to prevent the uncanny valley effect. Another example would be the 2019 Cats film. Which, I just mean, what is this? Why did they give them all human noses? Why couldn't they give them all cat noses? I just... While some reportedly found the effect humorous, others reported feeling downright revolted. On social media, many viewers described the film as weird, creepy, and even induced nightmares. In these and other cases, being close to human in appearance does not produce affinity with the characters amongst viewers. When characters fall into the uncanny valley, people instead perceive the characters as cold, vacant, and soulless. So yeah, this is the uncanny valley. When something looks too human, but it doesn't act human enough, it really creeps us out. One of the ways that they handle that or counteract it is to just make things more cartoonish. Has anyone here not seen the Polar Express film? Jump scare warning.
He said Santa would have to fly faster than the speed of light to get to everyone's house in one night. He wasn't sure Santa was for real.
All aboard! You coming?
Tom Hanks's character is especially frightening in this movie.
Where?
Why, to the North Pole, of course. This is the Polar Express.
See what I mean? It just, it's like cold, soulless. That's why it's unsettling. That's why it's uncomfortable. The story of this movie is a man kidnaps several children, puts them on a train, and then puts them into dangerous situations as they make their way to the North Pole. For reasons unknown. Yeah, I could make a movie like that in not too long. These AI text to video Software is getting pretty good. I'm like, we're almost to a point where like you can just make your own movies. Make a movie about whatever you want it to be. So aliens are real? I'm so confused. You know, we're aliens. Like, we're like, if we went to a different planet, we'd be the aliens. Just saying. There was a recent video that was released. There was like a recent like UAP hearing, and they showed this video of hold on, I'm gonna show you the video. It's loading. Let's see if I can find another source, because this website is terrible. Who has seen this video? Who has seen this video? This video just came out recently. It was filmed in Afghanistan. Outside of a US military base in 2011. And there were just these line of objects floating in the sky, and they hit one with a missile, and it's just unfazed by it. Just these like color changing orbs. What I found most interesting about this video is whenever I saw a UFO, it looked like one of those. It was a color changing ball.
Identified anomalous phenomena, stating Americans deserve to know the truth about UFOs.
That's the guy they got to announce this. This guy coming this Sunday at WrestleMania. I'm gonna fight an alien. It was on the UFOs subreddit. Let's go to the UFOs subreddit. Why did this take me to the Daily Mail? Like, take me to the UFO post on the subreddit. Oh, it just takes me back to the Daily Mail. That's so stupid. Love a good UFO story. Okay, here it is. Full 10-minute video, well, it's 8 minutes, of these mysterious floating objects outside of a military base in Afghanistan in 2011. They also said that they sometimes will drip molten metal. If you're wondering what that is, they said that they will drip molten metal from them. And that's what you're seeing there, is like the heat signature. Let's watch them get hit by a missile. Nothing happened. They're peeking into this dimension. That's kind of what it feels like. Like when we think of like life from somewhere else, we often assume that it's like from our dimension, but it could be from a different dimension. But anyway, there's a part in the video where they change it from like infrared into like you can see what was actually going on, because this was at night and there's just these balls floating in the sky and they are like changing colors and stuff. So whenever I saw a UFO, that's what it looked like. It looked like one of these. And so whenever I saw this, I was just like, ooh, weird. You know what I mean? Where did I see it? I was out in the middle of nowhere in Missouri. I was out in the middle of nowhere. And I wasn't alone when I saw it either. I was with two other people. I was with Casey and Casey's sister, Jamie. So aliens are real? I guess so. Why is everyone on TikTok talking about aliens in the ocean, though? Because some people think that, well, you know, some people say that a lot of what... let me gather my thoughts here for a second. What a lot of people say is that based on their perception of, like, seeing unidentified aircraft, this is reported by, like, Navy pilots, Air Force pilots, airline pilots even, just people out like flying over the ocean. Sometimes they'll see these things like go down into the ocean. And so they're like, maybe they've got an underwater base or something. I'm like, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. But I'm like, the ocean would be a great place to hide if you were trying to hide from people. Joshua in chat. I'm gay. Hi, gay. Another day, another gay. Cat GPT is greater than Chat GPT. You asking your cat to help you with your history homework? I wish I could survive in the bottom of the ocean. I could just chill there in total darkness. Just go there in your mind palace, brother. Just go there in your mind palace. Movie Monday? I guess I could play a movie in the Discord earlier on a Monday so that the Europeans don't have to stay up until 3 a.m. to be able to watch a movie in the Discord. So if anybody wants to help facilitate it, if you got any volunteers, let me know. Hey, there's a new race of women from another planet that's kidnapping men with big dicks. I've already been stolen, but you're safe, bro. So you've seen my dick? Like when? Like if you just came in and like peeked at it while I was sleeping, I'm like, that's not fair, because I'm a grower, not a shower. I've never taken a picture of my dick, so you must have found a way to see it in real life. Hey, I know it's a dumb thought, and I know you probably haven't seen me before, but I've had too much on my mind for a while now, like making new friends for no reason, like keeping good grades, how to suppress anger, and I know it's dumb because I'm only 14, but I really just, me, end it all, and stop having too much on my head. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You got a lot of things that you want to work on, you got a lot of things you want to do. Focus on one of those things. Just shows you're a thinker. Having friends helps us get through life. So if you feel like I don't have connection with people, if I don't have people that I can confide to and talk to, find those people. That's imperative. I didn't start reflecting till 20. This kid is advanced, right? Like some people don't get that far in their development until they're on their deathbed and they're like, maybe I should have been nicer to people. Maybe I should not have cut out my son for being gay. Maybe I should not have coped with all of the generational trauma with decades of substance use. It's not that easy. My passion is gaming and my parents hate it. It might not be that easy, but it's easier than you think it is. That's an important distinction to make. It's always harder than we think it's going to be, especially when it comes to stuff like making connections with people, finding things we have in common with others, growing closer, making friends. If you want to make friends, all you gotta do is be friendly. So if you can't talk to your parents about these types of feelings, I would suggest talking to another trusted adult in your life, whether it be a counselor, a teacher, an aunt, an uncle, an older cousin, you know, somebody who can, you know, you can talk about how you're feeling. Why do I sometimes feel very ugly? It makes me feel very sad. You feel like you deserve to be sad. Sometimes I feel like we make ourselves sad because we feel like we're supposed to be sad, or that, you know, we need to be sad. Why do we sometimes feel ugly? I feel like we all feel that way sometimes. But I mean, if you think about it, and this is what I like to remember, is that if you look closely enough, we're all hideous. Just look at what skin looks like under an electron microscope. Like, look at that, Need to see that while I'm eating. Oh no, not my skin under a microscope. Well, I mean, if you're eating, try not to think about all the flakes of skin that are flying around through the air and landing on your food. Don't think about that either. Mmm. Ever taken LSD? People are scary looking. Yeah, whenever you're on LSD, people look like they're in an Aphex Twin video. There are things that make you a beautiful person, and that's what you want to celebrate. What are the qualities of your character that are beautiful? Are you kind? Are you compassionate? Are you empathetic? What makes a person beautiful to you? Outside of anything physical, outside of anything external, what makes a person beautiful to you? I had to find this music video. There's this music video by this band called Rat-a-tat, and it's just called Drugs. And it's just like stock pictures of like people. It's just like this video really captures the feeling of what it feels like when you're on a psychedelic, what other people look like. Like it'll like edit their faces slightly, exaggerate their features. But in just like very subtle, eerie ways. I'm not gonna play this music video, but I am gonna post this music video in the Discord, so if you want to check it out, that's where it'll be. Post it in the music channel. Link to Discord. Exclamation Discord. There's also a link under the stream. Hi Josh, do you know of some ways we can help steer men in the right direction when they're going down the alt-right incel path? I feel like it's becoming a bigger problem among young men. I think what a lot of young men need is healthy male role models. Young men need other men that they can look up to as a good example of what a man should be. And a lot of men out there are just grifters. They don't care about how people actually feel. They don't care about these young men. They just want their money. And so they just say things that appeal to them, and they buy into these beliefs, but really these beliefs are doing much more harm than anything else. Do you have one? A man and the man that I look up to? A man that I can serve as my frame of reference? I have some men that I like. I don't like most men. Not that most men are... I have my own issues with men. I like men, though. But... I've got some, I have some good friends. I have friends who are older than me. I have friends who are, 50, 60. And I also have friends who are, in their mid-20s. So, I find it's good to have, older friends who can share their wisdom with you, but also to have younger friends who can help you to stay more informed of, the current goings-on in the world. I think one of the biggest things to help teach young men is that self-improvement is worth your time, it's worth the effort. Because a lot of what's being taught to these men is that all of their problems aren't their fault. It's actually society's fault. It's actually women's fault. None of it is your fault. You should be able to eat Doritos, play World of Warcraft, drink Mountain Dew, and you should have a woman who is just more than eager to wipe your butt and make your food and do the dishes and do all of that stuff for you. And it's no, it's it's a bunch of outdated patriarchal tropes. And the thing is that older men who operate under a patriarchal mindset, they do this intentionally to younger men because they take advantage of them. They want them to be, they want them to buy into the grift of the patriarchy because they want them to, be able to be taken advantage of. Another really frustrating aspect of this is that a lot of it tends to be self-reinforcing. So they have all of these terrible ideas, and then they go out and then they share their terrible ideas with other people, and other people are repulsed by them, and then they say, "See, you're right, they can't handle the truth." It's always everybody else's problem. It's never your problem. I never got the old adage that men want a woman who's like their mom. Always weirded me out. Most men just want a bang maid. I don't know if that's an actual term or if I came up with that. I don't remember. But most of these men, they want a bang maid. Clean up after me. Don't complain. Be quiet. Dress sexy. Let me play video games. You don't treat a person like that. That's how you treat somebody who is not your equal. We really just need to continue to reinforce the concept and this is just so stupid that I'm even having to say this, reinforcing the concept that a woman is a person. And I feel like a lot of these men need to hear that from another man for some reason, because that's just another patriarchal trope, is that if it comes from a man, I can believe it, but if it doesn't come from a man, I should discredit it. You know, and maybe they'll come at me and call me a soy boy, beta cuck, or whatever, because I like women. I want to treat women fairly. I view women as my equals, and that's somehow a weakness. I think another thing to do to help with this problem is to encourage other good men to be more vocal, to set a better role model, you know, just to like, I want to try to help a lot of these people, but it's really tough. Like, a lot of them are very deep into these beliefs. So, just to speed run this, it stems from deep-seated insecurities. You know, they feel like they have a low value as a potential partner, and they feel like this isn't their fault, this isn't their problem, it's the problem of the system. Genetic determinism means that I won't get a mate, but other people will get a mate, and it has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with my characteristics, it's just a rigged system. And I'm mad about that. So what can I do about it? Well, it's women's problem, obviously. That's the way that a lot of them think. What did we end up saying to do in the... I have a presentation about it. I put a presentation together about it, the black pill psychology. And I've actually had some viewers here before. I don't know if there's any here now that actually, like, used to identify with these types of beliefs. And I was like, if they show up, I'll try to help them. You know, I'll try. If they show up, I'll try to help them. It's like, well, what do we do about this? Positive mental health practices, critical thinking and media literacy, alternative narratives, and building support networks. A lot of these men are just very isolated, very alone, very angry. They need friends. They need accountability, and they need good self-care. Like, nobody wants to date your stinky, crusty, Dorito-dusted ass. All right? Get your shit together and people will be more likely to want to spend time with you. You are not entitled to anyone else's time or companionship. But I think a lot of the problem does just stem back to entitlement. They feel like they're owed something. Because my life has sucked, my life has been miserable, I hate everybody, and I'm owed. Somebody needs to pay me back for my pain. No one wants to be around them, so how will they make friends? You start by cleaning your room. If you've got no friends and you've got no one who wants to come over, you have to create an environment which is conducive to spending quality time with others. Jordan Peterson, his brain is fucking cooked. And he says a lot of fucked up shit. But when he said to clean your fucking room, he was on the money. broken clock is right twice a day. What can I do to finish off certain intrusive thoughts for good? Is it even possible? My trauma's been flaring up as of late, and I want to stop thinking certain things, but it feels impossible. Consider an intrusive thought to just be a branch on a much larger structure, because that's basically what it is. It's basically just a branch on the gigantic tree that is your brain. So long as that branch isn't getting sunlight, it isn't getting nutrients, it's not getting, it'll fall away. Sometimes it's not about just cutting them off and then they're gone, because that doesn't really work. That doesn't really happen. Sometimes it's about cutting them off and then watching them as they slowly drift away. Another thing that can be helpful, mental exercises. Imagine whatever it is that has been weighing you down, imagine it as if it is physically tied to you, and then imagine cutting that rope and letting it go. There's a lot of guided meditations that are really great that are about how to let things go. I would suggest trying those if you're interested. Because once you make the mental switch from I can never let this go into I'm working on letting this go, that's when you really start to make progress. Because here's the thing, whenever you do let it go, there's not this moment where you're like, bye, see you later, I'm never gonna see you again. It's more like an old friend that you just grew apart from, and then you're like, oh yeah, this person exists. I forgot that they existed. It's more like that. It's more like they just fade away. Acknowledging intrusive thoughts as intrusive thoughts is also really helpful. You start to change your perspective on them. Just remember this, a belief is just a thought that you choose to keep thinking. I stop holding grudges? This is another good question, and it kind of ties into that previous question. If you want to stop holding grudges, this is what I would do. Recognize what that grudge is doing to you, how it's affecting you. How does it feel to carry around that anger? Does it feel good? Is it helping you? Or is it weighing you down? The way that I look at a grudge is it's like holding a turd. You're just carrying it around. Why are you carrying it around? Is it because you want to show it to somebody and say, look at this shit, smell it, doesn't it stink? Is it because you want to throw it at somebody? What are you walking around with it for? Why are you holding on to it? Or do you want to let it go? Holding on to a grudge is like drinking poison and wishing that the other person dies. Now, it's okay to distance ourselves from people. It's okay to not like people. It's okay. But we don't have to continuously remind ourselves of their existence. We don't have to continuously remind ourselves of what we're mad about, because that just sounds like we spend more time being angry. some gut bacteria that might be beneficial on that pile of shit. Spoken like a true hoarder. Hold on, there might be some good microbes on that turd. Don't throw it out yet. That's still good poop. Throw it into the compost bin. Turn it back into dirt. I don't hold grudges. I choose who I associate with, and some people think that's a grudge. And it isn't. It's a boundary. A grudge is like you're intentionally like keeping yourself angry about something. You think you know something reminds you of this person that pissed you off, and you're like, You know what I mean? It's a festering of a grievance. Absolutely. Well said. I like the way you put it. That's a good way to put it. Like, no, you can not have somebody in your life, and it doesn't need to mean that you just spend time and energy every day thinking about how you hate this person. Because that's what a grudge is to me. It's like, it's picking at an old wound and keeping it open. It's like, sure, somebody may have cut you, but are you allowing that wound to heal, or are you picking at it? Are you picking at it? It's not gonna heal if you keep picking at it. Like, yeah, but they cut me and I need people to see it. Look at this right here. What if my grudge is the entire private education system? Go get them. Go get them. What are your thoughts on kids, especially Gen Zers, cutting ties with their loved ones and friends who voted for Trump this election? Is it wrong? Let's talk about this. My answer is, it depends. Not everybody is as politically as aware as you or I might be. Some people put as much thought into their political choice as you and I put into our Taco Bell order. There are some people who literally think that every single negative thing that has ever been said about Donald Trump is just a lie. And they're just buying into that lie. They think he's going to try to make America great again, and they keep trying to disparage his name, and, you know, they're really in on that lie. Now, the thing is, until something happens to them or to someone that they care about, their minds aren't going to change until they are directly impacted by the consequences of the administration. They're not going to change their mind. I just don't think that, like, if they're like a bigot, homophobe, racist, you know, they're just a terrible person, then yeah, cut them off. Like, you don't need to submit yourself to that. That's just not it. But is it that they're actually malicious, or are they just ignorant? way that I would look at this is, are their choices made by ignorance? Or are their choices made with malice? Are they an ignorant person? Or are they a malicious person? Are they actually seeking to do harm? And I'm not going to say that some people aren't valid in cutting off family members because of this. I'm not going to say that at all. In some cases, it's definitely justified. But I feel like it's just really sad to see families broken up over politics. I guess for a lot of people, it's just like it's the last straw for them, you know? But what I would say is, who else in this world stands a better chance at changing their minds than their own children? If anybody in this whole world has a chance of changing your loved ones' minds, it might be you. You might be one of the ones. So do you want to give up on them? That's another way to look at it. Do you want to give up on these people? A lot of people, they look at it like it's a sporting event. They're just picking a team. They're like, I like the color red more than the color blue, so I'm going to vote Republican. All of my friends vote Republican, so I'm going to vote Republican because I want to fit in. That's the extent of how much they think about it. They really don't think about it beyond that. They've got too much else going on in their lives. So, just take these factors into consideration before making that decision. Like, if you have a grandma who voted for Trump, are you gonna cut her out of your life if in every other aspect she is kind and sweet and she's a great grandma, but she voted for Donald Trump? Are you gonna cut off grandma? Now, grandma. Like, no, just make your own call on that. Like, some of these people genuinely do suck and they should be cut off. Like, absolutely. Like, but not all of them. And so just don't do it unless you have no other choice, is what I would say. Also, you gotta believe that people can grow and change. So maybe they can grow and change too. I limit my interactions to short phone calls, and that's called having a boundary. That's one of the ways that boundaries look. Yeah, I think I don't know what I think. There's too much going on up here at the moment. I'm not gonna say we're cooked, but we're getting there. Japan has a bystander effect problem. Is this, do you mean like culturally, or like is this something you've observed firsthand, or like, because I can see how like bystander effect might be more visible in cultures where you don't want to go against the norm. And you might see this more in some countries and some regions, but I don't know enough about that culture to really talk on it. I would say that it would also be more present in like communist cultures, perhaps. You know, if it's more of like a collectivist view. If we're trying to look at what helps everybody, it's like, well, I don't want to go against the norm. I don't want to do anything else unless somebody else is doing it too. But I don't know. I feel like it's a problem you see everywhere, though, if we're being honest. And my mom tried to guilt trip me. Why don't you visit? Have you ever just had that conversation? Well, it's like, well, here's why I don't want to visit. I'm a femcel. Is that bad? I don't think you're bad. But I think that some of the behaviors that we associate with being like an incel or a femcel or whatever, I feel like some of those behaviors are just like, they're not exactly very beneficial to us as a person. A lot of isolation, a lot of self-neglect, a lot of self-loathing. Those don't really serve us. I'm not going to say you're bad, but I'm not a fan of the behaviors. I believe you deserve better. And I would say the same of an incel too. I would just say, like, I can't support the behaviors. They're self-destructive. If you want a better life, you gotta do better. It's almost like a byproduct of like isolation and depression and hopelessness. We just cope with it by adopting like a nihilistic worldview. Apple. This neurologist tried to tell me that you get gamma waves in your brain whenever you bite into an apple, so I started trying to eat more apples. I'm like, let's juice this brain up. Hi Josh, I'm gay. Not a question, but just an exercise that helped me with my ADHD. Hi, I'm gay. Not a question, but just an exercise that helped me with my ADHD. Have a physical timer, not your phone, and practice setting it for 5 minutes or even 3 or 2 minutes and focus only on one thing until it beeps. I still can't do it for more than 20 to 30 minutes after 10 years, but I think that's probably good to not sit for super extended periods of time. This is a really good idea. Start timekeeping. It can help you to practice your focus. It really is a skill. It's just something you have to practice doing. But also the fact that you can't do it for more than 20-30 minutes, I think that's like right on the money. I think that's the limit of most humans. Like, we need a break after 20-30 minutes. Your brain really isn't designed to just do the same thing indefinitely. So I think that's a good place to be. I think that's a good spot to hit, because even if you look at something like the Pomodoro technique, it's like they take breaks every 20-30 minutes, and it enhances your productivity. You do something for 20-30 minutes, and then you take a little bit of a break, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and you come back and you get back to it. You get more done that way than if you had just forced yourself to sit down and work the whole time. Because your mind's going to wander, you're going to fidget with something, you're going to start doodling, you're going to get distracted. So yeah, practice paying attention for spurts of time and then take breaks as needed. That's how you get more productive. Speaking of, I've been sitting here for 3 hours and 7 minutes. It's almost time for my break. By the way, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. You're all looking lovely today. Hope you're having a good Sunday. How do I trust myself to be completely honest with my psychiatrist about the effectiveness of my treatment? I'll find myself getting more depressed or losing sleep or getting more irritable, but as soon as I have my appointment, I say, I'm fine, almost like I'm afraid of getting a bad grade, like I'm supposed to make the treatment work instead of the treatment work for me. This is something that happens a lot, so I don't want you to beat yourself up for it. What I would suggest doing is write down some notes about what you want to talk about at the appointment and then bring them to the appointment with you. If you're honest with your psychiatrist, they can help you better, and then your treatment can be more effective. The thing about psychiatric care is that there's going to be a lot of changes. There's going to be tweaks to medications, there's going to be dosage adjustments, there's going to be all sorts of modifications, and this is an ongoing process. So if you just go in and say everything is fine, then you're kind of interfering with your own treatment. The more open and honest and transparent you can be with how the treatment is working for you, the better that they can help you. So write down some notes, and it doesn't have to be anything exhaustive. It doesn't have to be a journal entry. It can just be some bullet points. Like I feel more anxious at night, or I feel more anxious in the morning, or I'm having a hard time sleeping, or I'm having a hard time eating, or whatever it is you're dealing with, because they need to know. That's what's going to allow them to help you better. But hey, this is just a lesson to learn. It's how the treatment works better for you, is by being an active participant in it. You're not doing anything wrong, except for you just need to be more open with your communication. I want to talk about this for a minute. I want to try to get inside your head for a moment. So don't mind me, I'm just going to squeeze in here. I'm not saying that this is you, but I'm just going to say that this is one of the reasons why people will do stuff like this. Because this really is something that's very common. When a person goes and sees a psychiatrist, they have a certain fear or a certain concern. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I have to see a psychiatrist. I'm crazy. So you already have to come up with, that idea, They're like, I have to see a psychiatrist. There's something wrong with me. But you don't want there to be anything more wrong with you than there already is. And if I talk to the doctor too much, if I tell him too much stuff, if I tell him the treatment's really not working that well, that makes me feel even more crazy. And we don't want to feel that way. We want to avoid that feeling. But in reality, the best way that a doctor, any doctor, not just a psychiatrist, any doctor, can help you is if you talk to them. And you tell them everything. The more detail you give them, the better. The more they have to work with, the better they can help you. But yeah, it's a common fear that people have. They're like, I already feel crazy having to go to therapy or going to see a psychiatrist. I don't want to make them think I'm even crazier. I don't want to feel even more crazy. But here's the thing, you're not crazy. You're dealing with some mental health symptoms. View it as any other type of health symptom. You know, if you had indigestion, if you had heartburn, if you had, view it like that. The more information you give the doctor, the better. Do you think this is typically a bigger problem for males than for females because American males see psychotherapy as a weakness? I have seen it, but I've seen it in... it's hard to say if it leans one more way or the other. Because one of the things that I did when I worked in mental health and I did case management was I sat in on a lot of psychiatric appointments. And I would try to help communicate and advocate on behalf of the client. Because sometimes things get lost in translation when they're talking to the doctor, and I would kind of serve as a liaison. And I've seen all sorts of people just like understate things or not mention things or not bring things up because they don't want to. I think where you would see this problem be bigger is on the outside of mental health in general, because fewer men go into mental health treatment in general. And so that's kind of where you see that aspect of it. But if you are the type of person who does go into mental health treatment, it's pretty consistent between like who feels comfortable disclosing things to a doctor. Like that's pretty like... So I guess where I would see more of it is just like fewer men going to see a psychiatrist or a therapist in general. They have a lower rate of treatment. But once they're in treatment though, it's a different story. Like I've worked with some men who were very open and honest and straightforward with their doctors. They had great relationships with their doctors. It's just about opening up and getting in there in the first place that was a real hurdle for them. Let's look at some statistics. Let's look at some mental health statistics real quick. This is from the CDC. This is mental health treatment among adults. And this is from 2020. Women are more likely to receive mental health care by a pretty significant margin. A little over 1 in 4 women, 25.6%, received any mental health treatment in the past 12 months, compared to 14.6% of men. So 11% more. Women were also more likely than men to have taken medication for their mental health, 21.2% versus 11.5%. And to have received counseling or therapy from a mental health professional, 12.1 versus 7.9. So more people take medication than go to therapy. More women take more medication, go to more therapy, get mental health care in general. And it's a pretty consistent gap in each of these categories. It's with therapy, it's a little bit closer, but it's about 10%. If I had to choose, I'd rather have the skills and lessons I learned in behavioral therapy from my psychologist than a psychiatrist I see once a month who signs a paper to fill out a script after I say, yeah, everything's good. Yeah, I'm also much more of a behavioral therapy type person because I feel like it serves somebody so much better in the long run. Like, don't get me wrong, medications serve a valuable purpose, but they're not the solution to your problem. They are there to help put your mind into a place where you can work on your problems more effectively. They're there to take the edge off. They are there to clear the fog so that you can see what the hell you're doing. But a lot of people do treat them as if it's like insulin or something. It's like, well, I'm bipolar, so I take this medication every day for the rest of my life because I have a medical condition that needs to be treated via medication. Like, just try therapy, see how well it works for you. And the same thing can be seen. An interesting thing to think about is look at how many people rely on like opiates for chronic pain management versus alternative ways of dealing with chronic pain, such as physiotherapy. Physiotherapy can give you really great results at managing chronic pain, but it's more difficult. It takes longer. It takes more effort than just taking medication. So this is something you're seeing a pattern emerge here. Something very human is happening here. Everybody wants a quick fix. But if you want to get down to it and do the real work, that takes time. But it leaves you better off in the long run. If you look at the evidence, anybody who has bipolar and then was given lithium, if they ever get off the drug, have way more incidents of manic episodes, and then if they had never been given the drug in the beginning. Right? It's like, with some of these psychotropic medications, you really have to wonder, like, how much of a problem are we causing the person in the long run? Like, if they stop taking the medication and then they just go into a complete meltdown. And then you're like, see, you needed to stay on that medication because you had a meltdown when you stopped taking the medication. But it's like, perhaps the meltdown was a side effect of stopping the medication, and it wasn't actually because, like, it wasn't a behavioral thing. It was just like purely medication side effect oriented. Anyway. The best scenario is medication plus behavioral therapy, obviously, but just medicating at least perpetuates some issues if it doesn't present completely new problems. Yeah, and that's why so many more people end up just taking medications than go to therapy, is because I'm depressed and it's interfering with my ability to make money. I need to take something that makes it so that I don't feel my feelings as much, so that I can keep going to work and I can keep making money. So much of the mental health care system is designed to better serve capitalism. So much of our treatment metrics are based on, well, can you work? Can you have a job? That's our metric for success in mental health. Medication should be coupled with therapy. It's intended to level you out enough to make therapy effective. Absolutely. Well said. And that is what I'm trying to say as well. It's like, that's what it's supposed to do. It's really not there to fix your problem. It's there to make your problem more fixable. Also, therapy isn't covered by insurance or minimally covered. Yeah, the average, like last I checked, and it's been a while since I've checked, but the average insurance plan, if it does cover therapy, it only covers like 6 sessions. 6 50-minute sessions. That's 5 hours of therapy. Five hours to unpack all the ways that your parents messed you up and why it's not actually your fault. Yeah, right? We're just getting started. We're just getting started. We got so much more to do. It's not accessible to all, and that's a big problem with it. If we had accessibility, it's like the United States has some of the best mental health care in the entire world. If you can get it. If you can pay for it. If you can afford it. If you have access to it. We have some of the best in the world. And that's part of why I do what I do here in the brain domain. I want to try to help that access issue in a small way that I can. You know, give people a place where they can talk about stuff, where they can feel heard and validated, give them a sense of connection, sense of community. Sometimes I just vibe out to the lo-fi. I'm just like, I've heard some people in the mental health field state that a lot of what they're dealing with are perfectly reasonable reactions to living in late-stage capitalism. Medicating to help people cope seems to be the only way to help because you can't necessarily break free from a capitalistic society. And I agree with that, and I've witnessed it firsthand because that's what a lot of it is it's just people are dealing with late-stage capitalism. Capitalism chews you up, spits you out, leaves you as a hollow husk of a person, and then you need pills to make it better until you die. That's capitalism. But feeling like we can't do anything about it, we can't change it, we can't make it better, that's learned helplessness. And so anybody who works in the mental health field should know full well what learned helplessness is, and they need to be aware of the ways in which they are practicing learned helplessness. can't see my therapist because I have to go into the office or else insurance won't pay for it because I already ran out of, I guess, over the phone appointments. It's been almost a year without therapy that was hard to find in the first place. If you call the office and explain that situation to them, they might be able to help. If it's just like a billing code issue, I'm like, they might be able to work around that at their discretion. I've worked in the mental health field. I'm like, I've seen lots of lots of people, you know, gently bending rules like that because it's to a person's therapeutic benefit. Just saying. I would just call the office and explain the situation to them and see if there's a way that they can try to work around it with you. But if it's just as simple as like a billing code error, it's like maybe they could just bill the service under a different code. I saw tons of that working in the mental health industry. I've been actively working to mentally deprogram myself. My self-worth is not based on my productivity. My self-worth is not based on my career progress. My self-worth is not tied to how nice my house is or how expensive my car is. It's a lot of work. That's the good work. You're doing the good work. What do you think of people who try to leave the country after the election, politics notwithstanding, just because they want to go somewhere that they think is more compatible with their opinions or views? Then they're probably in for a rude awakening when they see that those types of politics and views are also present in wherever they're going to. Can you name a single country on the entire planet that doesn't have a racism problem? There's probably even racists in Antarctica. There's only like 100 people there. I understand like leaving if you feel like your safety is at risk. Like if you feel like I could be harmed and I have to get out, I understand that. I understand that. But I also feel like if your country is going down the wrong direction, help push it in the right direction. That's going to serve you, that's going to serve everybody. Like running away, like unless you have to, stand and fight. We're gonna need you. We're gonna need you. You know what I mean? Like when it comes time to stand and fight for what's right, we're gonna need everybody. Like Canada's got their own fascism problem. Quick background. Every other year, my agency holds an administrative professionals conference. I'm not an admin, but I was put on the planning committee. It seems like admins are forgotten in the agency. It's full of lawyers. Well, that makes sense. Lawyers only really think about themselves and other lawyers. Not all lawyers. Hashtag not all lawyers. Don't cancel me. Cancel me for stereotyping lawyers. It seems like the admins are forgotten in the agency, so I wanted to make this year's conference really great for them. The rest of the planning committee didn't really seem to care, so I became the de facto leader, which turned into me being the only one who cared about making this a worthwhile training. We just had the conference this past Wednesday through Friday. During the conference, I could still tell no one else on the committee cared about it like I did, and I know that amped up my stress levels the entire time. It Felt like the entire thing was on me to make sure it ran smoothly and that all issues were solved. I felt like I was the only one who took ownership of the conference, and it was so stressful. Alright, well, also you're a badass. Like, you forgot to mention that part. You forgot to add that in there as well. It's like, well, I'm a boss, and I did that shit, and I made it work, even though nobody wanted to help me. Forgot that part. I've been sleeping like crazy since Thursday. The stress destroyed my body's energy, but I finally feel more okay today. Still had to nap for several hours. What could I have done to mitigate this exhaustion? Delegate. Delegate. If you find yourself in a leadership position, tell other people what to do. Don't just say things like, is somebody gonna do this? Or can somebody do this? Point at him. Be like, hey, you in the blue, do this. Delegate is what you gotta do. Because as long as they just can look to you and know that you're gonna get it done, they're not gonna do anything. They're just gonna be like, well, bystander effect. Would having had regular exercise prevented this extreme exhaustion and need for sleep? Does regular good nutrition help? My department puts on the agency's annual conference every year, and I've noticed I need similar recovery periods then as well. But I don't feel like it needs to be like this every time there's a huge stressful event. I like that the way that we're thinking about solving this problem is by, you know, taking better care of ourselves. And that is really important, and that is an important part of this, is take better care of yourself. Absolutely, that is a great way to, you know, reduce stress and feel more energized. But I feel like another part of this puzzle is reallocating that stress. It's not just on your shoulders. If people act like they don't want to care or that they don't care, make them care. If you need help from somebody, ask somebody directly for help. If you need somebody to do something, ask that person directly to do that thing. Because you can't do it on your own, and well, I mean, you have done it on your own, don't get me wrong, you have done it on your own, but you shouldn't have to do it all on your own. And it's okay to ask for help. If there's going to be other people there that are participating and doing this event, they should help too. So tell them how they can help you. Sometimes the best way to get help is to tell people in clear words what we need from them to do to help us. Does this make us bossy? Depends on who you ask. One person's bossy asshole is another person's assertive go-getter. Generally, if this happens to me, I use my de facto leadership to do insane things that couldn't otherwise happen if sane people made decisions. Hell yeah. Like, if you're calling the shots and nobody else wants to participate, you get to do whatever you want. You have absolute creative control. Yeah, going back to that thing about like people wanting to just like get up and leave whenever things aren't going well politically, it's just like kind of is like a grass is greener on the other side of the fence type situation. Like, Canada's got its problems too. Like, Canada has racists. Canada has homophobes. Canada has transphobes. Even, like, moving to a blue state, it's like, I don't know. I think that would be the better bet than, like, completely going to an entirely different country. Just go to an area of people that agree with your politics within your country. You know, go to a blue state. Collaborate with people who are like-minded and politically driven and become a motivator for change. Unfortunately, blue states are so expensive because they're actually nicest to live in. Or move into the suburbs of a Democratic city in a Republican state. There's no reason why your state might not become a swing state in the future. And if you want your state to become a swing state, work on that happening. You know, engage with people in your area, in your community. I just got exhausted with half of my friends hating the other half during the election. I started thinking about going somewhere with less political polarization, but like you said, the grass is always greener on the other side. Absolutely. Yeah. And I feel like a lot of people are taught to hate other people to that degree. And who does that benefit? Who benefits by all of the, like, half of the working class hating the other half of the working class? How does that serve us? And who benefits from this? One of the ways that I would encourage people to engage with people who don't align with you politically is to ask them questions such as, who benefits by us fighting? Find out who your real enemies are. Because they're the same. You have the same enemy as a Republican has. We're fighting the same fight, and we should not be fighting each other. The only way we're gonna win is if we unify. So I guess that's another way to help reach, you know, friends or family members or whoever, you know, if they don't agree with you politically, is just to ask them questions, to think about the nature of the situation. Who benefits? When we fight, who wins? It's not me, it's not you. It's the landowners and the factory owners and the corporate shareholders. They are the winners. They want us to fight. They like it when we fight. So why are we giving that to them? Why are we all out here squids gaming ourselves? Yeah, one of my favorite things to do is talk about politics to people in my life, but never tell them what I believe until it's like, I don't tell them my identity. They say you're an independent. That's what I get called. I get called an independent. Okay. What does that even mean? So, you know, you sit down and you talk to people and you realize that they actually do agree with a lot of what you have to say. I'm getting hungry. I ate that apple and that banana, and you know what? I'm still hungry. I tell people what I think should happen all the time, of course. That's the way to do it. Like, if you want to talk to your Republican uncle or your, you know, Republican grandma or whatever, it's Thanksgiving. Talk about what you want to see in the world, you know? What should healthcare look like? What should schooling look like? What should housing be like? Should the government help you meet your needs or not? Should the government be able to give you a place to live and make sure you have food and make sure you can go to a doctor? And if they are resistant to those things, just like tell them stories. Tell them stories, but like, Aunt Carol, do you remember when Uncle Randy smashed his hand in that factory line and you had to fight with the insurance companies for months to get payment for his surgery? Wouldn't it have been better if he could just go in and get the surgery? No questions asked. Make it about them. Talk about times in their life where they have directly been fucked over by the system. Because for some people, that's the only way they're going to come to that realization. They have to see how it affects them or the people they care about. And that's what changes their mind. So don't lose hope for these people. Help them see the light. Afternoon. Hey, Rorschach, how's it going? Unfortunately, the few Trump people in my family are in it for rational, although infuriating reasons, so I definitely avoid that at the dinner table. So they're capitalists, they own rental properties, or they own a factory or something. Or to convince someone they don't need their fifth house when they have it, right? Like, I guess the way that I would talk about it is like, you know what? I'm really happy for you. You know, you're able to have all of these wonderful things, and that's wonderful. But wouldn't it also be nice if everybody could have a house to sleep in? If everybody could have a safe place to sleep at night? Or do they just need to work harder? Dr. Maggot, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you. Alrighty. Look at my... Okay, so Thanksgiving isn't this week, it's next week. Since we started on the November on Friday. We got a late Thanksgiving this month. Thanksgiving isn't next week. We're going to do a holiday survival guide episode. I'm going to do a presentation on how to survive the holidays. You know, dealing with your relatives, politics, and all the other things that go into that. And we're probably not going to do it next week. We're probably going to do it the week leading up to Thanksgiving. So that would either have to be the 26th or the 27th. You know what? Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I will do it next week. I want to make sure that I'm not. If I do it too close to Thanksgiving, you know, people might already be out of town going to Thanksgiving. So I might just do it this week. My family just made a rule for no politics at the Thanksgiving table. It worked pretty well. It's a good rule. It's a good rule. You know, go radicalize your cousins at the kids' table. Go radicalize them. Go out for a walk. Don't forget the stress of Black Friday. That's after Thanksgiving. Yeah. The thing about Black Friday is it's just not what it used to be. They stretched it out. It's like a week-long thing now. They already started doing Black Friday deals at Walmart. And the thing is like they don't even reduce prices like they used to. Like, okay, maybe if you're trying to get a cheap new TV or something, that's about it. Black Friday sucks now. And you know what? It should. Because do you remember that time where Black Friday started at like 8, 9 p.m. the day before? That was really messed up. They only did that for like a couple years, but that really was just like really bad. Nobody liked that. But yeah, I don't think Black Friday is what it used to be. And it's like you go in and it's like you're paying the same price. They just tell you that you're getting a better deal. Like, oh, you're still paying $400, but they're saying that, oh, it's actually supposed to be $800, so you're saving 50%, but it's like it sells for $400 all the time. My friends and I used to stay up late to go to the mall for doorbusters just to observe the chaos. Right? And it's like the chaos isn't even entertaining anymore. I went out shopping on Black Friday like last year or the year before. I was like, where is everybody? It was like a normal ass day. Just isn't what it used to be. Remember when people used to trample each other for a TV? People used to die for those deals. Maybe society is healing. You know? If there's any silver lining to be found here, maybe we are healing. We're not stomping on each other for TVs anymore. went to Black Friday in 2009 with a coworker. It was so terrifying. I cried in Kohl's. You know what? On the Friday after Thanksgiving, because I probably won't stream on Thanksgiving because I've got to cook. I'm gonna be busy that day. But the day after Thanksgiving, I probably will be streaming. Maybe we'll do a Black Friday episode and you can send in your Black Friday horror stories. I want to hear about your Black Friday horror stories. Whether it be having to work that day, stuff that happened when you were out shopping, you know, your experiences with the corporate consumer clusterfuck that is the day after Thanksgiving. So yeah, I think we'll do a special episode on Black Friday. I'll have people post their Black Friday stories. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Maybe we'll even do a presentation on it. I'll do a presentation on Black Friday and why people are that way, why this sort of thing happens, and what we're trending towards. I like to think that it's not just the lackluster sales, but that people are moving away from materialism. God, I hope so. God, I hope so. Wouldn't that be great? I did 2 Black Fridays working at Macy's. All I did was fold clothes for 9 hours. It was pretty based, not gonna lie. That sounds miserable. I worked at Black Friday at a big box retailer. It sucked. Although one time I got lucky and I had to work the photo lab on Black Friday, so I didn't do anything. I just sat in my little photo counter and just watched the chaos all around me. That was pretty sick. Yeah, I think the week of Thanksgiving, maybe we'll do some Thanksgiving horror stories. Maybe you can tell me about your nightmarish experiences at family holidays. Maybe we'll save that for the day after Thanksgiving, though. I don't want to scare anybody before Thanksgiving. Yeah, we'll plan to do it Friday instead. We'll do our Thanksgiving horror stories, because then people can tell us about how their actual Thanksgiving went, like this year. So maybe we'll do that the Friday of, we'll do that on Black Friday. You can share your Thanksgiving horror stories. Oh, I should follow. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for yapping. I love a good yap. I love a good yap. When is VO unbanned? I need my emotes back. Any last thoughts? Any last thoughts on this beautiful Sunday? I think on November 20th. Oh, so soon, just a few days away. Oh my god, I can't wait. I need my emotes back. Thanks to you for a great stream. Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, I put on these shows, I put on these presentations, and the whole time I'm just like, I hope people find this interesting. I hope people find this engaging. You know? That's what I'm always wondering. Maybe on movie night you can stream the 2023 horror flick Thanksgiving, you know? I think we should still do movie night on Thanksgiving night because I feel like a lot of people won't be doing Thanksgiving like that late at night. They'll probably be done. Like, I should be done. Like, I don't think, like, I think people are coming over here at like 3. So hopefully they're gone by like 7 at the latest. Go home now, please. You ate my food. We told each other we love each other. We gave each other a hug. We made chit chat. Now go home. But yeah, we could make that happen. We could make that happen. We'll do a Thanksgiving movie night. What are we gonna watch this week, though? What are we gonna watch this Thursday? I think we should watch Starship Troopers on Thursday. I like how movie night has basically just been like, hey, you all want to watch a movie I really like? Well, to be fair, I have fantastic taste. I have only the best taste in films. I've never seen Starship Troopers. Okay, well then yes, we have to watch Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers is so good. I've watched it recently and it has aged well. It has aged well. The special effects hold up relatively well even. It came out in like 97. It's arguably more relevant now than ever. Oh yeah, absolutely. It gives you a look at what like living in a far future like fascist society would be like. You weren't lying, this is a real thing. Cat GPT? A fun and exciting AI tool that lets you chat with a virtual cat? Meow. Is it something I said? Flicks your head. Purrs. I love AI, what can I say? It's great. I've avoided it because I was confused and thought it was a comedy thing. Should we watch the trailer? We'll watch the trailer on Thursday before enjoy the movie. No, like in the marketing, it's made to seem like this is just a sci-fi action flick, and then you watch it and you're like, oh, this is actually a very insightful critique on what it would be like to live in a militaristic, fascist, futuristic society. There's this. Let me show you one little clip. It's so good.
Infantry, sir. Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
It's such a good movie. It's such a good movie. I also have a soundboard clip. I have a soundboard that's from the movie as well. It's
Would you like to know more?
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I didn't do fucking shit.
Young people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
They're doing their part. Are you? Join the mobile infantry and save the world. Service guarantees citizenship.
Would you like to know more? No, like even the uniforms in the movie, it's just like they're literally dressed like like come on. Like anybody who doesn't recognize this as satire is just like, are you okay? Like are you They got that Hugo Boss drip. Also, Neil Patrick Harris is in it. Just so you know. Yeah, one of the things that I love teaching people if they've never heard of this before is the fashion designer. You may have heard of Hugo Boss. Hugo Boss was the fashion designer who designed the Nazi uniforms. In 1931, 2 years before the Nazi Party took control of the German government, Hugo Boss started his fashion label in Metzingen, Germany. Even before then, Boss had numbered amongst German Nazi collaborators in producing early Nazi uniforms in a factory he bought in 1924. Just makes you wonder, like, which fashion designers are going to promote the next fascist movement in the world, you know what I mean? I wonder. Huh. You know what? It's probably gonna be like fucking Brooks Brothers or something. It's probably gonna be the fucking Brooks Brothers. They do not stand for Nazis or anything of Nazism, but their uniforms were so nice, and I hate that they were. You know, that's a fair point to make. Everything about them is detestable, but the fashion... Everything about them was wrong, but the fashion was fashionable. And I feel like that's also part of the way that they sell it to people. You know, if you have a movement and your uniforms are ugly, nobody's going to want to wear that uniform. But if you make it look fashionable, that makes it, you know, people are like, oh yeah, I want to look cool. Are red caps fashionable? No, actually, they're terrible. Red hats just are not that great in general. I don't know. Maybe Brooks Brothers will be the... Maybe they'll make the new fascist uniforms, or like, I don't know, something like that. You know what I mean? Like... Problem is that in literally any other context, the Nazis were bad, but their uniforms were super cool as a huge red flag, laughing my fucking ass off. I mean, if you compare them to like other World War II fashions, they had the edge in fashion. That is objectively true. Everything else about them is terrible. You know who I should ask about this? I should ask ChatGPT about this. Since the Nazis had Hugo Boss to design their uniforms, in a similar idea, who do you think would be the fashion designer for an American fascist regime? Ralph Lauren? Ralph Lauren, Tom Ford, a designer with experience in utility and structured fashion such as Tom Ford, or someone from the military tech fashion niche. Or luxury with edge, to project power and exclusivity, a designer like Alexander Wang, or a brand with sleek modernist tendencies. Who do we think, chat? Is it gonna be Ralph Lauren? Is it gonna be Tom Ford? Or is it gonna be Alexander Wang? Who's gonna design the American fascists' uniforms? Tom Ford? Yeah, it's probably gonna be Tom Ford. I mean, look at the track record for Fords in America in general. Like Henry Ford, he loved Nazis. He loved fascism. He loved eugenics. We need to see an example of all of their work. Okay. Tom Ford's out here making World War II style. What? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna get Alexander Wang to do it. I think they would definitely go with Tom Ford. The Ford surname just has so much connection with American history and a fondness for fascism. I was gonna try to get an AI to create an image of this, but they're not gonna let me do it. I tried to make an American fascist military uniform designed by Tom Ford, and it said content warning. Maybe let's just say an American military uniform designed by Tom Ford. Let's get fascism out of the title. Oh look, now it works. Now it works. Perfect. Okay, this isn't helping. Worn by a general. Are those shoes on the belt? Yeah, I love AI. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did he make him a skeleton? We just don't have the drip, I fear. The drip just isn't there. Look at all those buttons, though. Look at so many buttons. Okay. Alright. I've seen enough. Yeah, my money's on Tom Ford. So if you hear a statement come out from the United States military and they're saying, we're having fashion designer Tom Ford design our new uniforms, that's a red flag. You should. It's a red flag. It's time to start prepping, if so. Let's get to prepping. You're gonna hate to hear this, Mr. Brain, but there's already an American fascist uniform, and it's the Nazi uniform. I mean, there is an American fascist uniform, and it's the uniform that they're wearing. Get it? Because they're already fascist. Well, oh, the movie Equilibrium mentioned. Let's fucking go. Movie Equilibrium mentioned. I love it whenever the movie Equilibrium is mentioned. In a far future where emotion is illegal. Special agents trained in an art of gun fu go out and hunt out people who are expressing art, like reading books or painting pictures. It's a real trip. Christian Bale and Sean Bean. Kung Fu. It literally is. They practice a special art of Kung Fu that involves using 2 pistols. It's called the gun kata. I haven't seen this movie since I was a teenager, but you could tell it left a mark on me. About the Matrix trilogy. I like the Matrix trilogy, even though a lot of people didn't like the 3rd film, or you know, the 2nd film was kind of hit or miss. I liked all of them. I saw all of them in the theater. I enjoyed all of the Matrix movies. I never saw the 4th one though, the new one they made. I never saw it. Should I? Anywho, I didn't like the first one and the rest of them never had a chance. You didn't like the first Matrix movie? The first one's so good though. It's such a good movie. That's fine. I won't hold it against you. So many banger quotes in the first movie. It's just a real mind fuck. I love a good mind fuck of a movie. Alrighty. I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today. I'm getting hungry. Need to go make some dinner. I've never seen The Matrix. I think you'll enjoy it. I think most people would enjoy it, especially if you like science fiction, if you like out of the box thinking, if you like interesting, unique concepts in film. I would recommend it. Good stream. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. I'm going to go make some dinner. I will be back on Tuesday. So I hope you'll have a great night. Be sure to check us out in the Discord. We got all the VODs posted to YouTube, so if you're interested in checking out more Brain Domain, just check out my YouTube channel. I got all the VODs posted over there. Have a great night. Have a great life. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye. Bye now. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye. Thanks for all the new follows. Thanks for all the new chatters. I hope you had fun here. I hope you enjoyed your time here, and I hope to see you again. Okay, bye-bye. Any last minute subscribers? Anybody like, dang, I should have subscribed. Last minute subscribers. Just checking. Can't hate a guy for trying. See y'all next time. Bye-bye.